Good evening, everyone. It is Thursday, June 18, 2026, and it is 5:31 p.m. We are here for a regular meeting at the Emmett Shockley Administration Building. Mr. Cole, for the vote.
Yes, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Perez. Mr. Sherman.
Present.
Madam President, I'd like us to now item strategic plan. We position in discussion item strategic plan to discuss items.
Should we have a motion? We'll then with that, Chairman Johnson. Yes. On to reports. Any of them? Madam President. Thank you. On to superintendent reports and updates.
The board is going to give you a snapshot very quickly on the bottom. When that's here, in the year before. Just want to update you on what our student registration is looking like for our next school year. We manually do a returning student registration for all of our students, making sure we all have good contact information, resident information. So pretty good here. Our kids in the system or 4,000 are started, so that's good. We close completion. That have like started, so we're just so that's a good number to be at. Student registration, which should be new kids that have not yet enrolled in all schools. We have 391 that are ending, and additional. I might have my map slightly wrong there. We feel that 36 free days. That might have 319. I might have transported one 19 out of all that. So that's interesting, right? We always want to try to start the year with more events in the end of the year. So typically, at the beginning of the year, you have people would come and go, and sort of get down to what the year is going to be. So this looks to be the top very close to our year numbers. So any questions about that? Let's start, Mr. Chair. Our staffing, things that their team have provided staff information here. So if you go here in May, so we're at month, we have a position, 8 teacher vacancies. Those that think about blue square is 38 total teacher vacancies. This month we are at the service where we into about 6%. You may see that we're moving down that when Mr. Islam there was 37 total positions, 29 teacher salary. We're moving forward. I believe that it was so things that are investments on that. We have the first series which are AI cartoons of the week. This one, so it's good. I haven't set birthday coming yet, but I just thought just felt the community. It's very resolution ceremonies like the early call and at the high school training that is let's go to which is going to turn out right wing sort of our feelings. In addition, went to our church graduation, which is I have no students that are continuing to receive their special education services. That first stage of the search, I was a little bit informative. I would head out to the law office that had some leadership and seniors on board. We had a district visit on the MSU called the assets. Health education and local transformation we follow and spend that year with all of our campuses and from that. So elementaries, those are the excellent. At HR to really have a conversation about how MSU goes forward. our workforce situation, as we are covered with MSU, how well prepared they are. I've had a chance to work with the dean in the past, and he's great. So we appreciate him coming down and really wanting to make sure that with student teaching opportunities, teacher residency opportunities, that more NMSU students are here endemic, so they'll stay in. And then we just got back from the Marzano High Reliability Summit, learning more about the HRS system and how we can use that to make sure we have a system in our school that makes sure we have the three big things, right? Safe, supportive, collaborative culture, effective teaching in every classroom, and a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So I said, as we move through the year, we'll get you all more up to date on that, especially after our strategic plan is. That's all I have for that matter, President.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On to public comment. Do you have any to say? And which item is it referring to?
I'm not probably on it. Honestly, on third for 12A. So the world area is not usually there for father. They've been in the hospital for days. So I have the phone. And my phone, if there are any questions during that.
Okay.
On it.
Thank you.
And also, if our understanding to do the documentation, if your documentation, the matter, you would also like to be removing that as the.
Say that again for me, Ms. Chung. I'm going to catch that. If the board is
Have questions
okay,
about the documentation.
okay,
But that the employee who's involved in it also be included in that discussion. The last I think I want to happened, it went behind closed doors, and the employee was not part of it at all. And so we actually don't understand how the procedure worked for really go behind closed doors. In very sequence and different about the case, or it's not just reviewing things. But the request is that if you speak to the request case, that you also speak to.
Thank you for your comment.
thank you.
Any other silence? On to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Yes. Mrs. Johnson?
Yeah.
Mrs. Biles?
Yeah.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Colliers?
On to discussion items. A, attendance for Success Act annual program and data report, Ms. Chavez.
And as Miss Andy is.
I'm very short.
So here,
Okay.
by the summary for what Mrs. Chavez is going to speak about on the slide here. I think it was important thing before we always opened the presentation. So this is one of the required aspects that we do. We're required to provide you with the summary of the results, right? That's good. Summary of the activity for the year. That you want to be part of the show something that everyone's
Good afternoon. I'm President and members of the board and Superintendent Lehman. I'm here to talk about the attendance from this last year. As he said, it is part of the requirements to report to you, and we're kind of going to show my plans are for next year. So this is the end of the year report. So the first slide is going to talk about the attendance plans. The attendance plans that we are required to submit to PED. We require to submit plans on the 4 different levels of interventions, which is tier 1 is your whole school prevention. So that's like the whole school initiatives, like attendance campaigns and that kind of thing. Tier 2 is individualized prevention. And tier 3 is intervention, and tier 4 is intensive intervention. So it's going to be personalized as it goes up the tiers. Okay, so our attendance plan process. This is the process that we followed this year based on PED guidelines. We have to first identify our needs at each school site. So each school site had to submit their own plan as well as the attendance district plan. They identify their needs through some kind of needs assessment in order to get feedback and surveys to decide what were the root causes. So how to analyze those root causes. They developed targeted strategies. So for each tier that they have, they have to identify 2 strategies in which to meet that tier. It was quite an extensive plan. It took me over a week to do just the district plan. And then it's the implement and monitoring part. I'm happy to say that the attendance plan met all the attendance plans on accreditation in this way, and 8 out of the 11 scored an excellent. So we're really excited that we're looking at accreditation criteria.
That's these requirements of the process are requirements that we write in. Correct.
They are required for PED. We do get the district and also the psychologists just set an attendance plan. This year it was very difficult because they set our deadline for October 1st. They would not release the data until around September 15th. So it was a very short turnaround for us because it's very hard to build a plan without the data that they want us to use. So it was a very slow turnaround. But all the school sites get scored by PED except for the district. So I'm not sure why they make the student a district plan. I have to select anything. The district plan was to discuss with you guys the interventions that we do. So at a district level, we have a tiered intervention process. And I'll let you tell me that it's basically saying there's a phone call. We discuss attendance concerns, check-ins to see what's going on with the student, how can we help. 10% is we're going to follow up with the student. We're notifying teachers to see, hey, can you check in on the student? What's going on? And home visits are conducted. And if the student has an IEP, we also request an IEP meeting to make sure everybody's on board and we're all working for the student. 17% absenteeism, we send an intervention letter home. Do an attendance contract with the parents. Weekly check-ins with the family and the student. 20%, we are doing another visit. We're contacting the guardian. We're monitoring their attendance. And then we do the JPO at that point. JPO has been helpful in providing resources that we can't. They have done certain things like they've helped at washer and dryers, they've helped with theater. So they have outside resources that we don't have. So they have been helpful in that.
And I just want to refer to the board. Absentee is if you are absent for 10% of the roads that you are the insurance role, you either that are that so if that is once again there's from 10 days, so let's say there was from around 20 days, if they're absent 2 days, they're finally absent. Over the scope of the whole year, right? It's 10% on one approximately 18 days. So even just to do the context of Zealand number, it's really little percent. Now we have some people say, well, 8 days is a lot, 18 days is not a lot. 2 out of 10 days is not a lot, but the way the measures should set up, sometimes it will fall that chronic absentee category very bad. And sometimes it's kind of hard to get out. If something, happened or I'm back in a lot of the school year, and there's a leading go with the first semester, I would be every day as a school year, and I'm never going to better on absentee. So, the one kid that are able to going to be better at how it's even though all of their kind of absentee category, sometimes they're really hard, it helps correct some of your attendance.
Yes, definitely. We have lots of instances where we get to the point where they have to attendance contract and they're upset, but because of where they're at, their contract, even though there's a situation that caused it, something similar to that. Okay, so at the school level, now we're doing a whole sort of prevention, so those goes down to the peers, tier 1, and we're doing attendance campaigns. Overall, the school sites did a great job on the attendance campaigns. The students are having a great time. I've seen lots of pictures of the different ideas that they did and that they're creative. So individualized prevention. Now this was very different between school sites. Some were doing attendance plans. Some were just doing targeted interventions. Some were meeting at lunch to discuss their attendance and grades. So it was very different amongst the school sites. Tier 3, introductions, they were doing home visits, they were doing bills to different resources, and lots of phone calls home. At Tier 4, also we kind of help the school sites and we have community resources, and then of course I'm trying to contact parents, making sure that there's no barriers. So one of the things we did this year, I had an attendance grant. Through this grant, we had school-based attendance teams. So each school site had a team of either 3 or 4, depending on how the kind of absenteeism rate was last year. They had a lead who was responsible for doing the data, making sure that she's coordinating who's doing what home visits. And they were also creating some of these campaigns that was going on. And then we had members who were helping out with the volunteers, of course, the champions. Okay, so what does the data show? So this is the data from the last 2 years. So if you look at the 25-26 and the chronic absenteeism rate, that is data that I pulled out of Uber. So this has not been verified and it hasn't been cleaned up yet. Typically, it'll drop a few points when PED sends us the rate is according to their business list. For example, district raw data last year was 33%, and when the finally came in, we were at 29.29. So I'm hoping that it will drop a few some of the issues. So we're meant to kind of look at the different rates. The goal that they set at the beginning of the year.
I have a question. Okay. When we don't put in the children at home or
so if they're sent home for a suspension, so it's based on the behavior, then it does. If they're sent home sick, it does not.
We have to, so that is the school early, make sure that those periods aren't happening. And then I don't know, I know I had this information for Andy, but I think the same chronic absentee levels, it's still hovering in the 30s. It was 6 or 7. I don't remember. Just leave that context there. So the additional questions she was
Okay, so what went wrong? If you saw, one person is not the target. So this is what I granted attendance this year. So this is what I kind of summed up throughout the year. Chronic absenteeism is persistent across our school sites. There's inconsistent attendance systems and practices that with the help of the school we're working on. Some of the schools could be different than the other schools, and so there's some inconsistency with that. So we're working on that by giving them a whole sheet, like a cheat sheet, so that we can focus on that. Reactive rather than proactive. We spent a lot of time chasing attendance and trying to catch up with the kids who are already chronic and did not have spend the time being proactive, on the other side trying to prevent it. That was our initial hope to do, but it just spirals after it starts going. Increased barriers for low student populations. This is going back to those students who have issues with vehicles or homelessness. The family factors impacting attendance. We had a lot of students who parents are sick, siblings are sick, those kind of things that was affecting their attendance. So for the students, this is based on perception data, so we have to kind of take this for but some perceptions is real time that we kind of talked about at the last board meeting. And so kind of taking all these barriers and challenges and deciding what to move forward next year. That needs to change is our mindset. So attendance is not the target. Instead of sitting here trying to get better, go to school, I want to create supportive environments, removing barriers, empowering families, and fostering meaningful student engagement. If we create the conditions, the students will be to come. So moving forward to next year, the change to the attendance plan, I'm going to have school sites right up to 1 and 2. And then district had that 3 and 4. So there was a lot of competitiveness last year. Everybody trying to get into the attendance plan done to begin with. There was not a lot of us talking as far as what to do. And so I was doing home visits, they were doing home visits, we were doing attendance contracts, and they were doing attendance contracts. And there was just a lot of competitiveness. So to decrease that, we're going to just split up those responsibilities and make sure that we each have a focused area.
And then, Ms. Chavez, and then next year with attendance under the team, and I don't know is that a tier 3 or a tier 2 responsibility?
Attendance team is basically off the tiers. Home visits, yeah, it is a tier 2, tier 4 intervention. So
Next year, our business team are going to be
it's a district. Yes. So our attendance team will put out a stipend, so it's after hours. So there was a lot of issues coming up with that due to the amount of time they have after school. Coordinations of things, and because there were so many, it was hard to coordinate everybody. So we're gonna drop it down to 12 first, and 2 leads. So I'm gonna basically have 2 teams. And then I will be directly with them to help coordinate all of that and make sure that I want to be more specific on which home visits we do. We want to make sure we're triaging and not just, oh, you're at 10%, we're going to go do a visit. We're going to reach out, we want to know what's going on. Is there a reason to do a visit? Or is this due to some other area that is going to fix itself anyway? So we're very intentional about how we do our visits.
I have a quick question. Yes. So when it comes to the tier 1, tier 2, being divided into the schools themselves, who's going to make sure that we
Not so I do attendance class, and so I need to know times and work with them. That was the goal last year. So we just site check on the progress, and I deal meet with the teams, but not as frequently as I want to. So I need to be in touch with the teams to make sure that the teams do that in play. This site, whoever creates those things.
how do we pass it over to them?
The attendance plans, yes. So the attendance plan chart is just they sit down and they brainstorm what to do to fix attendance. And so they sit down and create this plan. Within that plan, they're going to have to decide who's responsible for these roles. So that is part of the gesture when you're talking about attendance campaigns and that.
Is this something that's meant to be consistent across the school site so that each school not just doing its own thing?
Well, it's supposed to be personalized to the student site. So each school site has its own needs and its own motivation to say, right? So their attendance plan will be specific to them, the tier 1 and 2. When it gets to tier 3 and 4, that is across the district.
But I would say, Commissioner Conley, right, you all the part, you know, by the bad pride. So I think we would all agree that there are some common variable needs, but a lot more to than that, one or two, right? So if you don't get into tier 1 and 2, then we might be a little bit about how we might consider addressing that in our strategic plan.
I have a question about mental health services. So I know some experience, but I'm sure they're going through a lot of control. And that I heard about not working in school. And so mental health people to answer that upstairs that can follow you in.
So I'm going to talk about it again in a little bit.
Madam President, so yes, actually, I'm going to be coming to you in just a little bit to talk about it for mental health services, expired, and so for another RFP. However, historically, with a particular process of attendance, any time that a student has demonstrated some kind of need for mental health or similar support, we have instantly made that reference to a student counselor. We have mental health services that we provide access to for all of our students as well. So they can get that referral at any point through the process and from their needs. So if you back to her plan, see in tier 1, like the phone calls and checking with let's say something comes up, we'll certainly have capacity that referral to mental health services. So ours are which can happen and has happened. We certainly also refer that student to outside services if necessary. So
Another part is building relationships with.
absolutely. Absolutely.
The stronger relationships we have with us. The more we will know. So. It's now doing more of the better relationships over the.
So I have a plan. Have a slide for that. Now, I will tell you that this slide will change after the training we just came back from. I'm seeing several programs next year. My change is attendance. So what I'm doing is I am going to kind of combine all of this, since it's all services, right? We want to make sure that all the services are located in one spot for our students to get the support they need. So I am going to take, this slide says it's a Cadillac version of community schools and the Chevrolet version of attendance, right? So attendance, we're not going to fight so much with, oh, service, we still have some of that. We're going to put the teacher side a lot more this time, relationships. So some of the things we're going to be working on next year, and this is, I'm calling it student success and community engagement. We're going to start, and what that's going to look like, I'm going to hire an RST. Correct. So we're highlighting a lot of this with RST as we take it district wide. But what it's going to look like is we're going to bring in some parents who want to, I guess, and our instructional coaches are going to teach them concepts prior to the kids learning them. So we're going to tell them, this is what this means. Here's some quick strategies that you can do at home. So we're trying to get some of that communication and that trust back with our parents. So that is one thing we can do. Adult education and workforce advancement. If we put our families, our students get built up too. So we're looking at doing some, making partnerships with Western New Mexico University, other universities, and we're going to GED, ESL, and then those courses that might help our parents. Family leadership institutes, we got training with parents, 6 to 8 weeks, where they learn how to advocate for their child's education. In fact, we have 3 staff members right now trained, so when they come back, we'll put that as well. Family literacy and life skills. So family literacy as the technology literacy, nutrition literacy, financial literacy. So some of these skill sets that our parents might need to be able to support their students. Multi-generational support network, where to create some support groups for grandparents raising grandkids who are not quite sure about having a child in another generation. We're talking about social media. What do I do in different situations, scenarios? Also, assistance support and community partnerships that comes under building relationships with our community organizations and bringing them to support as much as we can. And then, of course, advocacy, barrier reduction, we're going to continue reaching out to our parents, specific support for specific populations like migrant and McKinney. And of course, we will continue the attendance and engagement success with our attendance campaigns.
I do want to share a little bit of questions there. I know I've alluded to, in the last few years, there's been some investments in the HVAC and making sure, still doing the which we have our set of stations around the local area. There's other rooms downstairs that want to be worried about that. Meeting Swiss Group, that's what we made, would be very simplified occasion to really host and have some of these things. But the other with our association provider, because those students are the group that does, often have overnight meetings. And so you see whether there's a not everybody's furniture room, and it's to make sure we have, there's a group in there, it's be a great spot to do that, which we continue to leverage that space and still be based on the investments that are maybe the downstairs are really set on type of someone's engagement. Upstairs with for storage. Probably big space to store. So upstairs we have those there that have the software, right? That down there. So we're excited to see the centrality of those services. How much child is at the rest of the learning services. So that's why it's right. I should have that.
I was going to give you a it's complicated working down the care, but the system that you have that you're excited,
I am definitely excited. Any questions?
I don't have questions. You guys will answer them all.
Oh, so I did my job. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly, the discussion item being which is site supervision analysis report, student health evidence, FHRs, elementary school
school and then you
Madam President, members of the board, so I don't know if you know this, but now as we touch on the legal issues, that's out of town. Heard about that. We have been trying to look into what we can do to address that, and Miles here, and I think one of his team members is actually from Ohio, Houston, is online. I'll give you kind of this broken summary here, but we'll let Miles of the team from Ohio, Houston, kind of step you through what's going on here. And we'll just have some of your input on some of these as we kind of consider moving forward. Great, Miles.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Williams. Thanks for the opportunity to be here to talk about this important issue. Again, my name is Mr. Penzo. I'm principal architect and owner of AKS Architects here in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I've had the privilege of in April as my 26th-year anniversary working with the district. So I've had the privilege of working with the school district for a very long time, as well as Ohio Houston was a civil engineer on many projects. We brought them on board for this project that 99% of the work because of their experience and background in traffic engineering and design. This is a super important project or analysis for the district. We have seen this in our projects throughout the years. Traffic has changed a lot. Where we have a lot more parents picking up and dropping off kids, especially pickup. Drop off, as you'll see in this analysis, isn't as big a deal as pickup is in the afternoons. It's affecting existing schools as well as new school design. I'm working on a project, a new school design where drop off is probably the longest one I've ever done. But it's dramatic, picking up like 90 cars at a time more than we've seen in the past. So we understand the importance of this project to continue to provide safe schools for the city of Denver and explore communities. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tyler Smith, Ohio Houston. He's a traffic engineer. He's online. He's based in Denver, and he'll walk you through the analysis and the recommendations. Please feel free to ask questions as we go on. It's open discussion, so anytime you have a question, please feel free to ask. You can hear us there, Tyler?
Sorry about that cute little picture of the line. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm having a couple just issues hearing y'all, but I think if anything, Miles can call me and repeat any questions that y'all have. So like Miles said, this is the Deming Public Schools site circulation analysis that was completed by us. The purpose of this study was to evaluate site circulation, student safety, queuing, parking, and operational efficiency at 3 different schools. So Baton Elementary School, Red Mountain Middle School, and Deming Intermediate School. We were on site for I think 2 days at each school, observing the pickup and drop off operations. And we just use those observations to identify just practical site circulation improvements that we could implement at the 3 schools. The first school is Baton Elementary School, and the existing conditions, morning drop off usually goes from about 7:30 to 8:15 a.m. When we were on site, we noticed that queuing was caused due to the short 300-foot drop off area and a single access point. So people are entering and exiting from the same spot. And then that vehicles leaving that single access point that are trying to make a right turn are held up by vehicles that are trying to make that left turn because they have to wait for all the through traffic coming through. We also observed it in the afternoon pickup time, which we saw most of the traffic was starting about 2:30 p.m. and the pickup time was ending around 3:10. We noticed parking and circulation conflicts that created congestion and safety concerns. One thing we did notice that was unique was that the parents would park and wait outside their vehicles or in the landscape medians to pick students up and then walk across the parking lot, which just caused some safety issues when you don't have a main thoroughfare for people to walk through. And like I said before, the narrow access points with constrained turning movements and only one exiting lane did have some delays for vehicles leaving, and would cause them to back up onto the site. So I guess for this presentation, I'm just going school by school. So I'll give you the existing conditions and then the recommendations that we had come up with. The first recommendation that we came up with, and both these recommendations are pretty similar to each other. It's just the parking lane configuration or the parking spot configuration. So on this one, we have a 60% parking recommendation, which allows vehicles to move in that one direction, and it makes it easier for exiting and entering the parking spot. And usually slightly safer for pedestrians. So for this alternative, we recommend widening the access with separate left and right turn exiting lanes right here, which prevents left turning vehicles from causing queue backups for right turning vehicles. We also just recommend extending the student drop-off area to the area here that's shown in the blue to be on the west side of the parking lot, and then that like southeastern side of the parking lot. This would increase the drop-off and pickup area by about 225 feet, but it also increases the queue area to prevent some of that backing up. We also recommend striping the drop-off lane with 2 lanes, with the outside lane being for student drop-off and pickup, and then the inside lane being a bypass. So parents can drop their students off here in this outside lane that's adjacent to the blue area, and then anyone that's waiting here, they can go around in the bypass lane to the outside, so that it's not just one person that may be taking a little bit longer, causing the queues to back up. And then the 60-degree parking, like I already talked about, provides a one-way circulation and then just improves parking maneuvers. I will say right now there's about 149 spaces on site. This proposed parking would decrease the spaces by 41 less spaces to 108 spaces. We also, the median islands, we kept those on the west side, but we also wanted to define a clear pedestrian crossing path just to provide safety and organization. You could even put some kind of signage here to show that that's coming up. These would also, when we had a review meeting prior, we had recommended that these medians on the ends be striped, but now we're recommending those to be raised concrete medians. Let's see. And then, we're trying to eliminate parking on the northernmost drive aisle, avoid pedestrian conflicts. So that's right here. And then we also have this optional. So right here, right now, there is no access to this parking lot. Just from a Google review and looking out of the site, we did think about making this a gated access, and there's some parking here for like special events, so like PTA meetings, any sporting events, anything that's within the school. The bus parking would provide additional parking, and then making this gate to remain, but also opening that up for additional parking over here for any school events. Like I said, the next one is the 90-degree parking recommendation. Pretty much everything's the same here, except it's 90-degree parking. And this helps maximize the number of spaces. It's only 13 less spaces than what's existing out there right now. And it does provide this outside drive lane that separates the vehicle traffic from people backing out from the parking lot. So you could essentially pick your kid up here, come around here without conflicting with any parking, any parked cars. The next site that we looked at was the Red Mountain. Morning drop off we saw was from about 7:30 to 8:15. It generally worked pretty efficiently and was well understood by the users without any real significant delays. We noticed that the visitor parking area is used as a secondary drop-off location. The separate entrance and exit points help minimize the internal congestion. And then we saw only one exiting lane for vehicles leaving the site. That's a problem with those left turn queues, backing up anyone trying to leave right. In the afternoon, we saw the afternoon pickup last for about 35 minutes from 2:45 to 3:20. We saw two primary pickup strategies, I guess. Some parents would queue in the fire lane in front of the school and extend into the internal drive aisles. And then we saw some people just parking in the visitors lot. We didn't really see much use of that parking lot on site. We did see some conflict points existing at the merge point where that visitor parking spot or the visitor parking merges with the parents that are going through the drive aisle and through the fire lane. And we saw vehicles bypassing the internal queue at the side entrance because it is just striped, that they could just drive right through it. So we noticed that problem, and that causes backup for everyone. I mean, it may help the person that's kind of cutting the line, but everyone else feels the effects of the backup. And then also only one exiting lane for vehicles leaving the site cause congestion issues. So for Red Mountain, what we would recommend was widening the exit only access with separate left and right turns, which also prevents the left turning vehicles from causing queue backups for the right turning vehicles. Extending the student drop off area to this area that's shown in pink. This would provide about 400 feet of additional storage for queuing and additional parent pickup. We know that with the middle schoolers, at least from our thoughts, is that they can kind of travel a little bit further. We noticed that elementary schools was more the teachers were helping drop the students off. We recommend, like I said, right here is where people are kind of bypassing the line. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's where this green median is. We recommend just constructing a raised median here. This would allow direct traffic one way and not allow people to bypass that internal circulation route. And then we also since this is a one way right here, we recommend restriping the first lane of parking stalls just to those angled spacing so that it makes easier entrance and exit for vehicles on site. This would decrease parking by 16 less spaces, from 207 to 191 spaces. And then also this visitors parking lot, we had originally recommended it just to be kind of closed off, but just from the input from the staff and faculty there, we now recommend just having a gated entrance that'll be monitored by the staff during student pickup. So once that lot's full, close the gate, no one else can go in, and just kind of limit the people that are bypassing here. And also same kind of thing, having that outside lane be used for pickup, and then that internal lane be used as a bypass lane, so that, like I said, people that take a little bit longer to pick their child up, they can be bypassed by people who are getting out faster, and hopefully alleviate some of those queuing issues that we are seeing on site. The next recommendation we have, and this is kind of, I think this one is one that I think would work operationally better, is removing this existing fence that is currently there and combining the Baton and Red Mountain parking lots. For this, we would need to make sure that the drop off and pickup times are kind of staggered between the two schools. But I don't see an issue if they're overlapping a little bit, if one's ending when the other one's starting. The angled spaces provide one-way east-west directional operations, and it's a reduction of about 58 spaces, which seems like a lot, but you're now, if we're only having pickup at one school at a time, this is actually additional spaces for that pickup, if the vehicles aren't overlapping. And then we're also proposing this gated access on the south for parking for special events and anything like that. Like I said, staggered bell schedule is necessary for this recommendation. And then this would remove the access point here, removing that middle access and making it more of a one-way flow. So you have an entrance over here, exit over here. The exit is going to be striped with those two lanes. Like I said before, just to keep the left turning vehicles from queuing up the right turning vehicles. Let's see. Yeah, and same thing, extending the student drop-off areas. Raised meetings here can be used for pickup, or along here can be used for pickup for Baton Elementary School. And then, like I said, the same kind of thing, dropping off or having the two lanes for drop off and pickup. So you have that bypass lane and the pickup lane. And yeah, I think I like this one a little bit more because it's a combination of the two, and it does provide additional parking for both schools. Yes.
I just wanted to pause the board before we went into DIS. If you have any questions or thoughts about what you saw here for Baton and Red Mountain.
I like the idea of utilizing that other parking lot for special events. And I have gone to Baton for various events, and there will end up being people parking outside of the parking lot on the highway. There's not enough room in the parking lot.
So Tyler, I don't know if you heard that, but
Yep.
President, did you hear that, Tyler?
Yeah. So your audio is working better than it was previously. I don't know. Before I couldn't hear much, but yeah. Yeah, that is one thing that we heard is that people were kind of parking on the streets for special events. So making a little access there for those special events parking would be great. Maybe I'm not sure how we'd want to stripe it because I know that you use those for buses and bus parking. Maybe if you could even provide some like cones or something out there, or we could provide maybe stripe it in a different color, something like that, or just use the bus parking. I know most bus parking, it's kind of just 2 car parking spots. So that would provide that additional parking for those activities, and the sidewalks already connect to the school. So it's not like there wouldn't be any detours they'd have to make to get to where they're going.
No, all the board's thinking of any other question they might have about these designs. What I was going to share earlier with the board is, and I didn't really know this, but sometimes there's well, why don't we just add another entrance or exit off of the state highway, another cutout? And of course, I know that the state highway department does not allow, based on their rules, any additional cutouts. So the cutouts that are there to go in and out, we have to, my understanding is, and Miles is giving me a agreement shake here, that we have to stick with those there. So I just want to make sure if there are any questions about that, you knew that those were set with those based by the NMDOT.
So with that being, if we close off that one, will that preclude us from being able to use that in the future if we were to change
The plan.
Yeah.
You're referring, Ms. Johnson, to this one that has the one in
If
Red
we
Mountain closed
combine-
off with the combined one? Yeah, I don't know. I know we had talked about that in our planning meeting. I don't know, Miles or Tyler, do you have any feedback on what Ms. Johnson said regarding, hey, if we close off this one in the combined, what are we, stuck with in the future?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know it depends on the NMDOT district, but it is something. I mean, like I said, this is all super conceptual. We haven't done survey. We've kind of looked at the site, looked at what the problems were, and drew it up. So I mean, like I said, concept. So some of this may change, but I think for that exit, if I was thinking of the best path, where we want to maybe maintain it somehow, or maybe even looking at like fire code kind of things, is you could gate it off and make it an emergency access. And then I think maybe that would maintain it with NMDOT. I'm not sure of their procedures for removing an exit, because usually when I'm working with clients, they want to add more accesses. And that's a whole process in itself.
For that active.
Sorry, I missed that question.
That's just Miles. Miles is just giving some clarification. Any other questions from the board regarding what you've seen here for Baton and Red Mountain?
Just want to add to keep this one. I think that takes out for state. Probably that discussion. And you see if they did it like, why they didn't point out, they felt that was the same. Down there.
All right, I think Tyler, ready to move on to the one best parking DIS.
Yeah.
Exit.
So- This one was definitely a little bit more complicated than the other ones, because we did see that spill back onto the adjacent street. For this one, morning drop off we saw from 7:30 to around 8:15. Operated officially in the morning with minimal congestion or delays. The narrow access points, it's kind of the theme for most of these, with constrained turning movements, only one exiting lane for vehicles leaving the site. Did cause a little bit of queue backup, but it was cleared pretty quickly. In the afternoon pickup, we saw people get there as early as 2:30, and then the last person leaving kind of around 3:30. On-site parking circulation area becomes fully occupied, extending onto Pear Street and Hermanus Grade intersection with queue lengths up to 875 feet. Vehicles utilize the unpaved shoulders and turn lanes along Pear Street and Hermanus Grade to stage for pickup. The narrow access points with constrained turning movements. There's only one exiting lane, like we had said before. And then we saw buses having trouble entering and exiting due to the restricted turning radii and interference from queued parent vehicles. And that was also expressed in our discussions that the buses are kind of having trouble getting in and out of their site. But on to our recommendation. So first off, our recommendation is to widen Pear Street west access with the separate left and right turn lanes. As you know from the other ones, this prevents left turning vehicles from causing queue backups for the right turning vehicles. And then also widen the Pear Street east access point right here. This isn't necessarily a circulation issue, but we did hear complaints about semi trucks that are coming in there. So just kind of widen it to accommodate semi trucks entering and exiting there. And then widen the Hermanus Grade access, same thing for the buses. We also recommend, and this might need some approval from the DOT, but constructing a northbound right turn at Pear Street and the Hermanus Grade intersection right here that flows into an eastbound right turn into this access right here. So you'd essentially have a continuous right turn lane. So then if vehicles are queuing here, they're at least queuing in a lane. They're not backing up the through traffic. And then this provides lengthy queues, storage availability for them. So they would essentially just come right here, have no delays coming here. And then also providing 2 dedicated queuing lanes internally for student pickup that effectively doubles the capacity. For this one, we would have to see how to operate it because we are adding a little bit longer queue lane here, but this is almost more of a double pickup lane just because the queues are so long there. But if it does work fine, you could use this inside lane as a bypass lane also. We could, in this what I'm talking about, extending the drive aisles where the existing parking lot is. And then we would relocate the staff parking to the southeast and maintain. So the existing access for staff parking is right here. We would just move it to the southeast a little bit right here. And then we even talked, I think, about during our meeting, possibly an optional parking lot here and not making this access gated or making some kind of a feature to get in here. It's just another area that can provide some more parking. And then additional parking spaces can be created within the median island. You could even create more than what we're showing here. But we just wanted, we created enough to maintain that same number of parking spaces that are currently there, which are 73. And then this one, if we did construct this would provide an extra 25 spaces for staff on site. And that's the big thing was just mainly trying to figure out how to fit as much queue on site as we could. And that is from the 2 lanes of storage and then extending this a little further and keeping that same, kind of the same geometry, just making it a little bit longer. And I think that is it that we have for the schools. Other administrative and operational improvements. I know we said that there are staggered bell schedules already, but just somehow staggering the pickup and drop off times, especially at Baton and Red Mountain, because those schools use the same accesses, they're adjacent to each other. And some of that traffic may be stuff that's already on the street from both schools. Just enhance maybe some staff traffic control, for example, like at Red Mountain, where we were talking about that gated access at the visitor parking lot. Improve some type of parent communication. I know that y'all have tried that. But trying to just get it in their heads, like this is how it's going to be. And I know that parents don't always necessarily obey what's going on. And then there's also the option for some temporary traffic control devices and then restricting parking in the travel lanes. So we've got the study, we've got the report completed. So next steps would be phase 1, just maybe some administrative and operational improvements on site while we are waiting to build something. And then phase 2 would be selecting the preferred alternatives to move forward to design and project prioritization, which would be done by y'all at the school board. Phase 3, I wasn't sure if y'all had funding for the design, but that would be the next step, is just figure out how it's going to be paid for. Step 4 be full engineered design, cost estimates, and then stakeholder coordination. Like I said, these are conceptual. So right now they work on paper when we just draw them out, but there could be something in the field, some utilities that we don't realize that are underground. Maybe some survey things, maybe a retention pond that we're missing. So those concepts could change. And then pursue funding for construction, construct improvements, and then monitor operations and adjust procedures. Like I said, this is all conceptual. We didn't do, it wasn't in our scope to do traffic counts or anything like that, or any type of like queue monitoring, just kind of the site visits. So these are all conceptual from that. And then I will just leave my information here. And does anyone have any questions, concerns, feedback regarding the project priorities and implementation strategies, or any discussion topics they want to talk about in terms of these parking lot configurations?
Yeah, well, thank you for that presentation, Tyler. Thank you for the presentation, Miles. We'll continue to move forward as a district. We appreciate the thoroughness that you provided this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
On to transportation update 2026-2027.
Madam President, members of the board, while Anne Marie is coming up, she gave you, I believe, yes, a handout that's going to show what she linked. But go to the next slide, Charles. Just wanted to give you all some brief information. It's been a little interesting here. So I want you all to know the NMPED just awarded or released a transportation allocation on June 10th. This was due to some reporting not done by other schools of the state, so it was holding up the allocation. They released the allocation and then they pulled the allocation back. However, we do have an amount that we do have that Joe's going to have some authorization this evening. So we have some authorization, some money on the books. However, we don't know when they release the final allocation around July 1st. It's going to be the same amounts, different amounts. The Fed is working some things out with their funding every point there. You know, again, it's important to know that the allocated money through this fund is important to set on you with our contractors, provide field transportation. It's also used to cover operations of the DPS transportation department. And it is important to know that the DPS transportation department does provide significant support to our contractors who are regular field transportation. So the move 3, we're with the contractors here, we bring back our contractors. The chief law for consideration that stating as unique is that there was a partnership between our transportation department and our contractors to be able to implement that. But other places, a lot of that work is done by the transportation department and done by the contractors. And so some of our small allocation goes to the contractors. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. We put the contractors to gather information to the very agreements to and from services next year. I do think that the application I think as we move into next year, we're going to continue with our contractor to say that we got to get on this a little bit earlier on kind of our costs of doing so. And how much they're going to provide. That was some stick situation. So, as well, I'll let you share
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and superintendent. Just want to do it before I get into the handout. I just wanted to kind of we're moving towards our software, working with Randy Sarah. She's been our project lead for this and has helped us work on the parts that we don't understand. She's the background undercover person. So we appreciate her help. 2 drivers and 1 bus assistant. And kudos to my assistant director because he's in the booking function. So it's been sold. Onto the handout, I put the ridership from last year and the average we had 2,645. And this year's average is 2,540, so we're down 102 students. So we are anticipating our allocation will also down. This past year, we had a total of 49 bus routes. 16 of those bus routes were mixed buses, 4 were special education buses, and 12 were regular bus routes. MBT had 31 bus routes. 1 of those was a special education bus route, and 30 are regular bus routes. And Democratic Schools has 2 special education bus routes. I kind of thought of what are some of the factors that might have contributed to the decrease. We did have students, draw. We did have a roster cleanup, so students who on rosters that were no longer writing. We did change from 501Ts to the transportation exception request forms. We were able to identify all of the students who were on those trips. So some of them didn't meet the applications of hardship, safety, and custodial. We did have a staff and DPS employee option for select candidates for student parents who were employees to pick up their students after they got off work. So how that impacts leadership that are not considered eligible riders. They're considered additional riders, so to allow them, we can't count them towards our eligible rider allocation. The district is were those riders correct? Identified as mud.
Yeah, I do think that is part of the translation that has done, that when we are requesting money from the state, we want to make sure it's solely eligible riders. And so I think you see this process, it's a number right now. But as well, make sure that we're seeking money that are just required riders.
The other thing we did, special education cleanup off buses, we wanted to ensure that students who had related services for transportation on the MPT were actually riding a special education bus. And sometimes those buses were really full. So in the previous practice was to allow siblings on the buses, regardless of whether or not they had transportation as a related service. Sometimes this causes conflict, sometimes it's limited spacing, so we have to siblings and put them on like to qualify because of some of them which either wanted to continue to run or they decided they don't want to ride anymore. Do you have any questions so far? Yes. And was actually. Yes, that's correct. So, correct.
And Ms. Johnson, we now added that, right, as we kind of learned, but we started out with design, and all the other design, the fields, we were just seeing this is regardless, more and more was just being identified by the parents. And so some of these kids, that might be all good at home, but then are not only the parents and the children stay them, and they get them to school year, the last kids that are riding each other years, they're double riders, and the parents decided, hey, we're not going to ride anymore, and we'll move. It's a very unique, I think it's unique. The same early county eligible riders on 2 with the evening and the other. So for some reason, you're not riding on the 81 and you're an overrider, you do not have to. Again, with everything else, it's on the avoider, how many points are avoider. So you have a bunch of overriders. So I'm riding. Even if I show you, what we're talking is about like 6 of them, just in case they're wrong. So we're going to see.
So all of the right now, and now doing that on the numbers.
I'm just talking about, make sure that a couple things. One, we have, try to make sure, we can't have a downtime day all, but they all on the same day, the kind of day, it was just, but I think we talked with the team here on the day we wanna, we had a pretty decent campaign in February, we want to have that, which is one, which is want to have a better campaign on the email. Unfortunately, the email sometimes all over Monday, which is, illegal, but yeah, we're going to try to do that, the best that we can regarding those rules. And from a student perspective, Turner and I talked about the cover every invitation as part of student associations require platform. We would some change from the legislature, the law where actually this count is where it is. We never worked out on it. I will say to give a change to that. So this time is like this is not just a thing that might be folks statewide.
Okay. Moving back to bus estimates, we had this year, 4 from 2 from this teams had 2 and the team had 2. These were minor, there were no and so social activities means we had 1 and team and just had 2 incidents. Again, these were incidents. We had some referrals, Haynes buses had 182, which averages about 12. And MT had 36, which averaged about 11. Bus. Activity trips, and I'm sure you were aware that the DPS was down to 1 activity driver, so contractors really stepped up and they helped us a lot. And to 10% of the total activity trips, MT to 32%, and we had 77%. So we're hoping, here's a shout out if you are like to drive a bus, come see me. And here, because I was looking at what Greg said, and it said that we should do performance evaluations for our contractors so we can see how well it's doing. So I very looked at the force, safety and student supervision operations, communications, responsiveness, and overall performance ratings. I did it for the first 3, second, and third quarter, and I learned a lot from it. And now as I work on this year, I feel we can really fine tune it more specifically at our drivers, how well they're doing, that our system can look at, kind of like recognize them for, and also different ways that we can improve. Like the superintendent and I talked about relationships with students and drivers, and with some training and overall drivers. So those are the 2 focus points I want for right now. And I go through the rest of the month and next month, I probably add to that. Do I stand for any questions?
I think you're given for, actually, Josh, I was looking. But Johnny, we invested in for the White House out there, I was taking place.
So in the past, it's my understanding that some kind of enforcement for that. Just trying to brought that to my attention. I reached out and at this point they haven't allocated for it, but just the prices yet. So we mentioned that we just got information from the contractor as part of the contract negotiation process. What is that information? What are you asking for? So according to that, we can ask for financial statements. So Mr. Superintendent WNI kind of talked about different pieces of what it takes to function as a business. So we looked at so they have to and from to Elementary, they have in-town route, sped routes, so what does it cost to run each bus? How many drivers do they have? What does it cost for that? I really bought some windshields and they're not very cheap, so looking at the equipment costs last year versus this year. So turn it to.
I think we're here, and I do want to talk about the area to be a partnership, and taking this year and really addressing, hey, if there's some concern with drivers, I'm sure they're very responsive to working with, Emery to, make sure everybody's, safe, and the behavior is great on the bus. We started out teaching clear late, and so we want to make sure that we're, we're gathering, implementing what Emily said from our contractor, so that we can get in a cycle every year, kind of know what the costs are. So see what will be increasing cost being more gas or operations or constant equipment, because what is going to continue to happen is our ridership is going to continue, probably not go up, but it's going to continue to go down, and then we're going to actually have conversations about combining routes or those kind of things. And if we don't get a good thing to this is where we're seeing the costing, rather than with this slightly, then it really becomes harder to to plan, especially when allegations start to be redundant. The allegation from the state we shouldn't be covering all the to the transportation, and was really having the subsidize the FCG by some of the law in their so that the more we can live so get that information and what is field, what is operations on this route, what are the improvements, these set of buses, the road helps us go better with the red investigation, but and then are planning because it's a significant cost to the district every year. And we're looking for them safely. We'll try I'm sure that I'm not doing that.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
I would, but I would choose a little route, since I don't have a little with them, but I know that my routine. And I'm not about I talked about that over there. They want to call out for that bracket, the largest so wrong. If they get y'all, you get out where the road crew and stuff, to get worried or a little higher priority, that's costing us, people placing their parts.
Yes, we do have a way to communicate with county roads and with city roads and send and they've been sending us emails as it's been updated, and we definitely follow up if we haven't seen. But towards the end, I know there's one issue we had in the county road. I think it was like 2 days later already to fix that up. And because we're standing somewhere that was not very safe, and so they just said 2 days. So the county and the city level are very helpful in getting some of those roads done for us. Good question. Any questions about the board? Thank you, Ms. Flash. Thank you. And so, Dean, let's go to 2026 for the financial reports.
Surprise.
Sometimes parents and
So this is the financial review for in the 31st. Rather than trying to do and we thought it would be better to separate those out. This is the same report we only, it's just updated numbers. Submitted the report to the PED by the 28th of April. That is due to them by the 30th of April, so we have it in on time. The revenue We are about 75% of the way through, the year. If you look at the bottom, we're about 73% of our is coming in. SCG is right up, supposed to be. Differences are going to be is in capital outlay and, your investment income, because that comes in based on taxes that are coming in. And on, and he sends this out for the safety and security on the state portion of the SCG of the, SE9. So that's going to vary, it's not going to come in on a regular basis. Looking at the expenses. Now remember that the budget on the expense line does include cash balances because we have to have a zero budget. The expenses have to be the fact that so that causes it to look different on the expense side. If we look at it based on about 66% of our expenses are spent for sure. Okay. We have some of that because we were at the summer payroll. The teachers in June, they will equivalent of 3 paychecks. And they're not actually in the classroom, so we do have to check those out for that. If we look at the state and local funding sources, this looks very similar to what we've seen all year long. 91% of our funding, our expenses are operational. There's a little bit in PK, a little bit in transportation. Majority of it was our operational. The majority of that is going to service at 37%. That's entitled to ideally money that comes into So then we've been looking at expenses by type. So you can see here, sort of just salaries and benefits. Tax and expense for state and local, that's 76% of our expenditures is going out of salaries and benefits. Comparing that to last year, once again here, when we talk about in FY25, we had art for the first quarter. That's the reason why you see a little increase in year over last year in salaries and benefits, and a little bit of a decrease in the federal side of that. So everything else I think is pretty even. Again, taking the titles, getting it out, the majority of it is in salaries and benefits. The main difference there, as you can see, in assets, and that was because of the R program that we had. And then I'm looking at it function. Notice that our state and local, 66% of that goes back into school. Now that does not include school administration and so on. That is 7%. So as we talked about in the budget, 70% of our state and local is going right back into the school police. Others in transportation and maintenance custodial, can tie that exactly back to them. The reason why the federal doesn't all go back in the school, because that is our full service, which is actually in a different line item on this chart. Again, comparing everything looks exactly the same as what we had by expense. Again, are causing those differences. Down to cash balances. This is separating it out into 3 categories, if you will, or transactional. That's our payroll account, our accounts payable, account where we're paying the vendors. Operations, that's where we have the funds, the supply chain transactional accounts. Our capital outlay, there's the service account, which are used to service debts. Doesn't suggest that we have 1 to 3 months of reserves. House, and so if you look at the bottom line, required reserves for operating is about 18 million. And you have about 5 million for reserve for a capital outlay. That's in case we have expenditures come up that were unexpected. The next page talks about all the RFPs, the bids that we had this is actually this recently. Specifically, is it to you or it was in the job tonight? Okay. That is the 4th time now that you've seen this. We had an annual one. Is there anything that you would like to adjust, change? Is it too much information? Enough information, we want to see it in different formats.
We are on the discussion on the selection of the new and parent members to serve on the audit committee.
Just and that's why the school district provider have an audit committee, which is 2 school board members, 1 volunteer grant the district student, and 1 volunteer member with a kind of experience. Myself and Joe there. So I'll let you know kind of figure out. The parent volunteer and the community member had to be approved by the board. And so we do that, because you all created the committee to consider school board outside of the exhibition with it that we joined on it, we're one of the rest. So we're really, really, and we get into July, decided to solicit via, survey, we able to operate into the public members, parent, easier to find. Again, a lot of people never encountered financial experience. So if you do have anybody in the community, maybe you should start out on it. Typically, we allow once a month, originally. But if you do anybody that do that, please make sure you share that information with Joe and I. Again, financial experience, that's kind of allow it. Very broad term there, we don't necessarily need to have an account we can read. Labor and finances, that such information that we're seeking that out. Really, should sometimes choose. So, any questions on that?
So at this partnership.
Virtual talks experience. You can speak about a couple of items here. This is the checking your email. Might have I'll take the same thing. Did you see the same thing? You get the same thing twice?
That's the new one.
Is it just do the right?
This is the new one. Yeah, very. I was like, I think. I was like, if we scroll down 1 more slide, I'll tell you if it is. Yeah, we are all good. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent this evening. My name is Stephanie White, Access and Analytics, and it's been a joy and privilege to work with your strategic plan so far, and I'm truly had a wonderful time working with the team here at on this work. And so last week I shared with you all the focus on the priorities. We had some dialogue on that. And I shared that I would bring to you all this week some of the measurement goals based upon the data and the trends that we have seen in your data over the past several years, along with expectations that are coming, the national trends that we also see, and evidence and research. And so we are bringing to you promise to your students, 4 priorities, 1 promise to every student. What this strategic plan will be with your commitment to reading and student wellness and belonging in college and career life. Readiness skills. And so you'll see that the overarching 3-year goals that will end in 2029. And so the goal would be that would end with 50% of students performing proficient according to the state accountability model. It would increased 35% in math, 55% positive belonging in climate, according to the Panorama survey. For that, chronic absenteeism decreased to 20%. And 90% graduation rate, on-time graduation rate percent. And so the slides that follow, we break this down into smaller pieces. As we discussed during our time of work, that focus on 4 priorities and then have 4 strategies per each of those goals. We'll see that on this slide. And then you'll also see in the benchmarks that notate the process from how do we measure and monitor progress and adherence towards reaching those goals. And so we look at the first goal, and that goal by the 28-29 school year, you can see that students grade at 50% level, and the benchmarks to where they're going. I also do want to note, we will see there also goes for English language learners and students with disabilities. That is just sort of Martinez Yazzie equity targets and gaps that in Mexico with that. The community and highlighted as an important priority of making sure that we are truly learners in public schools. And so you will see their targets that actually grow at a slightly faster rate than the all student goal to reflect your commitment to closing the gaps for those non-fragile student groups. And right there you'll see the strategies that are being recommended to support the growth towards those goals. So for reading, what that looks like is delivering structured literacy instruction K-12 ELA classes. There has been huge strides that have been on that in the public schools true level and maintaining that focus and continuing on some of the great foundations that have even come into place for secondary classes as well. And then continuing into implementing a guaranteed and viable curriculum, so that's a very fancy way of saying really being focused on teaching and empowered teaching to make sure that students are receiving the level and quality of instruction that is required to demonstrate proficiency, and having that supported by high quality instructional materials as well, and supporting that and building upon the strong work that's already happening stemming around coherent, standards, line, scope, and sequence of content pacing. So really, think about that. There's been really strong, successful processes that are in place connecting the threads and leveraging them a little more intentionally to impact on progress. And you'll see that even as we're looking at screening for K through 3 students and then midterm assessments in K through 12. And then a really strong focus on using those results to get the students the right supports at the right time rather than waiting until the and so that's a part of the development that we heard from students as well as help me grow so I can learn and grow. And then ultimately supporting principal and teacher capacity around literacy instruction through physical calibrations like this.
So you want to send the next item here, right? And we're going to go on with athletes and considering we move forward, virtual approval. There are so many things that we bring to you at the board, so many things that the future report. We want to get this down to we want to these literals be central critical things that we think have the next 3 years that we're focused on, and bring information back at you on a regular basis. And that really help us with these targets. So we can keep trying to link to rock. And bring you all the information, and everyone else that's not good. These are where errors are going. So then we're trying to focus things into effective shocks that are here.
Absolutely. And then just to add to that, superintendent, I would also say that there's a strong research and evidence base that show strategies in particular when used in a connected and focused way to have the greatest impact on student growth. And so now to this and move it towards mathematics proficiency. You remember we had some discussions of the that we were seeing around some of our mathematics proficiency. And so this is really helping to look and target that right now. And so the end goal is that at least 35% of our students will be proficient by the end in 3 years with the growth happening from 22% to that 35%. And you also see the commitment to English language learners and students with disabilities as well there. And so that way you can see the more of that as a note of this, we are moving into a new mathematics adoption year in the state of Mexico. Curriculum has been adopted for general public schools through a really collaborative process from teachers and community members as well. And so moving into that is going to kind of center and focus the first strategy. The first 3 rounds of the curriculum adoption are the most important. So you have even a greater long-term impact because curriculum adoptions typically range anywhere from 6 to 8 years, depending on so really focusing on, again, similarly to English, the English language art and reading goal, guaranteed and viable curriculum, and then implementation of those high quality instructional materials that were just recently adopted. So that also through some screening 3 times a year in kindergarten through 3rd grade, and then the interim assessments in grades kindergarten through 12th grade, using those results to get students that those right supports. One thing that I would like to note when we look at the difference between screening data and interim data, it really helps us understand 2 different things. The screener data helps us understand where students are at for foundational skills. When we think about it, that would be things around phonics and there's a lot of times where you see some things around 100%, you'll see some different things in there, some of the core skills. An interim assessment is focused on standards based instruction and a stronger computer efficiency. And so by looking at both of these types of data sources as one of your strategies, it allows you to have the picture of students where are they reaching mastery of grade level standards, but also where are they experiencing gaps that we should close to help accelerate so at a faster rate. You'll also note for math, intense focus on embedding the data from the interim assessments into collaborative teacher planning cycles. We had some conversations with teachers with different across the different leaders across the district, but also students. And I really think about a student that said, I wish my teachers would get together more and talk about what they're doing in our classes. And this is just what the students say, the research and the evidence, supports as well. That is actually when teachers began together and collectively look at data together, plan for some of the best academic impact for our students. And then ultimately also supporting mental development around those that will turn to their teacher practice as well.
And I do want to share, because I asked this, I'm sorry, this session that the services are having a conversation earlier, and so I will tell you about that. I think one thing, but we know that teacher collaboration that's happening or developing in this district. So, why is it so very, very important math, whether it's that strong collaboration? It's because, especially our elementary levels, English literacy becomes more naturally required teachers, math instruction, right? And so making sure the teacher team we can strengthen the math instruction as a collaborative team group is going to result in better overall math instruction. So literacy instruction in elementary is naturally more unified with that teacher experience. So we're more fragmented with math, and so we're focusing on collaborating on the math. That we were looking for help increase that level of comfort and that competency for teachers starting in elementary.
And just to add that a national narrative, so that trend runs across the country. A lot of different policies at federal and state levels have targeted early literacy instruction, literacy secondary instruction, and that same type of emphasis has not necessarily occurred with mathematics. So now as a country, we're really starting to see some great growth happening with literacy, but then we're seeing some of that a little bit of stagnation in math. And credit is to your team. They already have so many of these foundational practices in place. They're ready to move to that next level about being intentional and strategic to get that next level. All right. And so this next phase, when you're focusing on student wellness, safety, and well-being, talked about really looking at the remaining climate according to the Panorama Education Survey that gives us information specifically from students, but also from teacher and community about perception of the climate. And with what Ms. Chavez was sharing earlier as well, chronic absenteeism, to decreasing chronic absenteeism. And then ultimately, another indicator also is that is reduction in suspension referrals. The question earlier, do suspensions contribute to chronic absenteeism? The answer is yes. So when we look at that, we have to look holistically about how are we going to support students getting them to school. Ms. Chavez talked about the mindset and confidence that we're creating. That's going to be that focus on the long climate. We know then that we'll start to see shifts in discipline and being reduced, and then also with absenteeism coming down. So there's a lot of tight connection. Oftentimes people look at it silos. When we step back and look at them in connection with each other, it's going to yield a greater accelerated impact rather than just the slower focus on one at a time. We have some strategies that are also suggested here. District-wide behavioral support framework. There are foundational pieces around that, behavioral matrices, different things that are already occurring. It's about using it focused in a strategic way. So that way we are starting to really support consistent responses to your responses, and then supporting population in the moment proactively rather than just reactive discipline. Also see that similar language, and it connects directly back to what Ms. Chavez was just sharing earlier. Probably the representative are side by side for this section. but proactive and relationship-based attendance strategies as well. And ultimately integrating social emotional and structured fashion academic learning. Into the social and emotional learning as separate from academics, we're actually creating more challenges for students because some of the things that they have to do for their academics is perspective taking, responsible decision making, the type of thinking that we're expecting them to do from an academic standpoint should be also developed in a social and emotional learning standpoint, and so we're worked into that greater impact. And then ultimately applying some of these restorative practices for discipline to maintain accountability, also focusing on building relationships and reducing exclusionary discipline is appropriate. And then tonight is the goal that by 2029, 10 graduates attending public schools with a plan for what's next. And so I wanted to highlight, we had some conversations with the team about this here, and you're going to see that they leave with a plan to be enrolled, enlisted, employed, or pursuing entrepreneurship. And so I like to look at the 4 E's. And it helps seniors all the way down to kindergarten to say, I need to start thinking about a plan for my 30s. Am I going to be in the secondary institution? Am I going to be enlisted in the military? Am I seeking employment post high school? Or am I pursuing entrepreneurship? And that is really coming in support in my view with some of the college and career readiness expectations from the state of New Mexico, but also across the country to support entrepreneurship. See there the on-time graduation and the change over time, but then also CTE credential growth and increase there, where ultimately we're hoping to increase that by 50% by the end of the strategic plan. And that was something that the students and staff is help us to have high quality plans. So there are first strategies that are going to focus to help us get there. The first one is ensuring that every secondary student begins a personalized graduation career plan by the end of grade 8. Really inclusive of those pathways, starting to help them so that way as we are transitioning to high school, their schedules, their courses, and everything is in alignment for that, and no one's in surprise at the end of the plan. They're able to leverage some of the processes that already exist in the state of New Mexico for a little bit more intentional focus on that post-secondary plan and turning towards one of these 4 areas. It will help to make that a little more tangible for students. The next strategy is around some of these life skills that are those extremely about wanting to ensure students have. So personal finance, life and employability skills, budgeting, taxes, credit, workplace communication, and really making sure that that's a part of the consideration for their graduation pathway and how students are doing experiences and that throughout their high school experience, but even at their younger you're here kind of starting to come through this. It's an emphasis on high school, but we all know this idea and this concept of graduation starts in kindergarten in the first day of school. And then it's the program. The third strategy is then to CTE sequences and industry credentials and a focus on that. To college prep tracks. There was some reflection that has been done And there has been some really good emphasis on college preparation tracks, and there has been some emphasis on CTE and industry certifications. We want to go that way and make that balance so that way we're supporting that not just students, but also the community with debt as well. And then ultimately, for pre-graduation transition supports could be things such as FAFSA, dual credit, apprenticeship, military connections, and we even discuss it could be active temporary within public schools. Doing things such as for rising educators, supporting their certification, so that way there is a clear connection and step into areas that are hard to fill areas at times for education institutions, and around different industry certifications for facilities and workers. So just thinking about some of those flexible opportunities that exist within the community for capitalizing on that. I do some commentary file I did just highlight because it was a part of the conversation that I personally I had with you all when I was with you all in the spring. But also from your teachers, from students, and from staff and the community was how are we making sure that we are really supporting of all of our learners. And so you see that focus for students with disabilities and English language learners and their areas of focus. Made it clear as a demonstration that Martina is Jazzy and the purpose of the lawsuit and that her structure leads to compliance. But as a community, you wrapped your arms around this and said that we to support our students and those and there's been time to attend through that throughout this process, which is why we're left to have some additional push margin for those student groups. And so here kind of last is how we're going to monitor this process. And so and it goes through 3 levels of monitoring. The principals and student leadership teams are going to have to many of these things in some strategic and focused ways. They're going to be looking at factors, what are observing in classrooms, what do we see around the building. I like to think about that as leadership visibility. What they see and hear and observe in their schools. Implementation monitoring, how are we doing with implementing our strategies, seeing opportunities and gaps. Tracking attendance data, referral data, suspension data, credit audits, and things like that are typically the core business of our schools, but focusing on bringing it directly to strategic plan. One of the things that Ted said starting this work was we don't want to just have to have a plan for a plan's sake. We want this plan to focus us and to drive the delivery work in our district. And so that is why kind of this starting at the principal level, the student leadership level is so critical, so that way your plan comes and reads in your students. Clearly, district leadership will be doing some deep dives into the different indicators across the board. Really need to do some really close adjustments that would happen that at the highest level at the central office support. Does there need to be additional resource allocations? Do we need to make a pivot? So those types of things that are happening not until the end of the year, but can happen in real time in terms of that is coming in. Monitoring the attendance of other developments throughout the years. And that's to a scope as well. With which to on a quarterly basis, we're really going to see are we making progress towards these goals, how are we closing the gap towards this annual goal, and opportunities and challenges that are surfaced in the district around that. And so I will close by just saying there's 4 priorities, but 1 promise to high education for all students. And thank you for it's truly a privilege to be a part of this work. And I'm excited for the next phase after this.
but we want to like this, my request of staff matters. So we're going to ask any question on our new plan, we can change it, and then I had set we share it with which is what it's backwards. Okay, we share one more. It's a very unique the examination of strategic plan. How there's analysts and that was she got one with backwards also. We had the December, so we had the strategy when we were on these things and we want confirmation back on these things regularly. Is there what else we need to consider relative to what you might have seen tonight or to the later and the numbers that were up inside?
I wish I don't have to be higher, but I realize we're starting where we are. Other than that, and that's really good.
There is an opportunity once state level testing for this year comes back. If and I say this as being someone who has been privileged throughout this year to witness some of the things that are happening in many public schools. This was being informed by prior years publicly available data. If there was a shifts or changes or adjustments, we could absolutely increase those groups at that time. And also, if you are ever exceeding a goal, there's nothing that stops you from saying, I'm not going to unload that expectation. Parents support. I feel and I understand that. I'm coming to you as someone who really wants about what's sustainable growth, and that isn't just going to be short-term wins that show back, but are those long-term wins that are going to condemning public schools to the level of success that it truly can be. That would be my professional recommendation.
Other insights that learning services myself or what they need in these areas.
I was just thinking the social emotional, they're very difficult to measure, very difficult to figure out what's working, what's not working, and I really used to them part of the plan. I really feel like it's going to make a difference once we can get all over those. And it's going to be a difficult job, even shadows that those things that people really have to this district.
Stephanie, it will be shared what again. So when you share, we're going to continue, our children have this, how everything of us will analyze, we've said it's hard to analyze, let's see how data. That's something that
Yes.
That just can help us do. So we kind of around how this partnership helps because we're getting the concrete information, the concrete numbers. Going forward.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know if you guys can tell at all, but I'm just invested in this plan personally myself as well. Everest Analytics, our core business is really about creating access to that lost in silos is very challenging for districts to connect the dots to see if the strategies, the programs, the different tools that they're leveraging are yielding the inputs that they're getting. And so throughout the spring semester, we actually started with some base level work with districts looking at some implementation of different instructional programs, going back kind of getting accustomed to how we can look at implementation and then connect it with different student outcomes to say, our students that are receiving these different services, programs, how is it impacting their academics? And so that our goal as we partner with you all is creating that level of transparency so that way on a regular basis you are able to get data that is not only around this is just what's happening with student outcomes, but is what's happening with the program that's being implemented. These are opportunities and challenges that we are seeing here, and here's the impact that we're seeing on student outcomes. So the way we have a more nuanced conversation that's much more focused on the realities in your organization around it's being implemented and how it's your impact on student outcomes. And so I always say part of the reason why I came to Everest was that was the personal charge that I felt every day as a central officer and a steward administrator that I spent sleepless nights trying to put together systems and processes to do because it was so intense. And so I enjoys that I get to do so their districts and transparency in that.
The way questions, there was like, those two gentlemen clock there. If was getting feedback, right? Good others and, similarly, the reservation. I think that's what I'm happy. Yeah, we're waiting for it.
So I've got several adjustment requests for consideration today. The first one is out of operational. It's a small adjustment. We're looking at those budgets. Last year we had a fine tune on our audit because we had some mismatches. It was not over the total program, but the inside the functions. And so we took a look at that and adjustment for that one. The second one there, the idea being number 8, so some money from function 1000 to function 100 supplies. Second one is from function 2100 to 2200 PD. The next our school time, the attendance, transfer orders that were also part of that check and where we had to get it what actually our actual spending was. And then the last 4, this is the title of the language acquisition funding. Those are all for final, so we got for this year. With that, is any questions that you may have.
Question by the one? Regarding this item?
I'm not going to just in the West, but I'm
Mr. Holt?
Mrs. Johnson? Mrs. Myers?
Yes.
Mr. Conway?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
On to consideration to approve 2026-2027 school year budgets for transportation and the attendance success this year.
Superintendent. So these are 2 next year's budgets that were not able to be presented to you in the last federal as mentioned earlier, transportation funding. We just got an allocation for that recently. We're able to get it on this agenda. There was a slight decrease in the transportation part of it. That piece is just a pass-through, and that is based on the buses that are being purchased by the contractors. Second one there is our attendance program that Travis mentioned earlier. That is a decrease from what we had this current year. So she's working on looking at it, figuring out how to first single thing. Any questions that you need?
Questions, arguments, for this? Have a motion?
I made a motion to review the school year budget or invitation attendance that issue it.
Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Myers?
Yes.
Mrs. Conway?
Yes.
Mr. Collins? Thank you. Yes, sure.
On to consideration to approve for state contractor training U.S. for HR replacement during high school reporting. It was a $220,555.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent W. Thanks for having me. So I got a proposal here from sales but I live by out there, which is some co-op, so all the rules and everything we have to have. Make this simple, we got some other coming up there, there's 3 units. The only one is working. You live there in maintenance, it's still functioning, but the parts are obsolete now. So with future usage of this facility to rental facilities, we're gonna be launching pretty soon. I see a lot more use from the public. So if people wanna make sure we have it up and running, and we don't have any issues moving forward. So I'll take any questions, I will.
So this is the last thing right here that we have to take care of. This will be getting, everything's up to you.
So as far as the doing my rounds, yes, sir. Wow. We talked about RSC, but as an hour
That's the question, yeah. Good. So, this, project, we're having a project, you guys have stated. The RSC project, including though we had a number now, those, no, we want to, let's go, so those are good, basically, 7:30 match, so the people may said no, that sales are still functioning, Jonah. Our distributed, we're not. We're going to have there was a big bang this year, but it was okay. The students that again, consider criteria are not doing that. So assuming we put that 70 match, we're absolutely good on it. Be sure we get be good for that. So
for sure, RSC is still almost over and a big issue for us. So
whatever that's what we want to see. Yeah, no, but yeah, absolutely, you should put it on that. Terry and I really talked about trying to do that push through. Feel like we're right now. I mean, it's weekend now, when we make it tomorrow, it's going to be one of those years. We're not using that or even the things. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not right. I'm not here. I'm just going to look at the studio there. Right. And the further we're going to make sure we take care of each other. Right. Trust me, I'll deal on that, and I'm worried that that time fails. So, we'll have a stone, and I would do have money, but it's like Joe said, or money does it, it's the thing that already happened. We are ready as soon as we will set to go on the and celebration.
So it's kind of so the process for RSC. These are just things that, to these rounds that I'm doing with these schools, when they're getting fresh set of eyes on things, I might find some issues that I met. So that's just some emails that came out of probably people like that. But
Yes.
well, so you talk about stuff that we should. Is it better what you write about the arts and
Madam President, members of the board, superintendent. This is a facilities project because of the units. As far as RST, it's always been the plan. As soon as the school got on the rankings, I would apply for a status-based award, which I will do after July 1st. So it's already in progress, just to be sure.
Thank you much.
Any other questions regarding each one? So we're doing levies in.
I'll make the motion that we approve the from 800 training left. Okay.
This is Johnson. This is Pam.
Yes.
This is Carmen.
Yes.
This is Jerome. Yes. Thank you.
Budget consideration for the revised R 25/07 mental health services.
Madam President of the Board, I'm sure that some of you tried to summary here for you, regarding one of the, sort of, very curious. I will let Joe, share what's on the pilot recommendation, sheet, and Andrew, if there's any questions about the, RFP. So click on that. So let's see what recommendation, and we'll see that we'll stand by for the finance or the questions that you may have. And how many people do we have in the show?
So I had one person, one company responded.
You can see the one. Do you have any questions about, or any questions for Mr. Lyman or Mr. This on the military services to build a gap of, our housing utility has at the district.
So that the company, the president of the person, right?
Madam President, yes, it was, the RFP we put out with the commission and worked together on it, was for 100% increase in services. So they would map. That was one of my things to clarify right away. Yes, the company name is Help, however, they are for 3 over top ratio at a 1.6 FC. So, yes. It's a great question.
Any other questions?
This is Jacqueline. Yes. Mrs. Chandler. Yes. Mr. Collins.
On to your consideration of the board article 25 with legal services.
I'm going to provide a summary here of the scope of work that the RFP was bid on. And Joe, this is this one that's expiring, or we said about this one?
Madam President, so this is one, we have had 1 year left on this, RFP, from the prior one, but because it's a change in, staff, it's a change in, we thought that it was to go ahead and the RFP for this one, and evaluate. We have several people to respond to this one, we had 5 companies, one of which schools, is my knowledge. We are suggesting that to Chagos and to steal along, those are the 2 highest rankings. Those are the people currently using for different purposes. That is not try to use some free as comes up because of the current law to $60,000 per year for professional services without a RFP.
And we do hope that in general, right, we don't have legal service fields that are very high that having a couple of folks that we can access. There's always all of them can access through without us. So there's always the benefit of right now, and also different areas on those. So that's what I want to share. Any questions?
Questions? In relation to the word around 1825 related to Mr. Johnson, yes, Mrs. Taylor, yes, Mrs. Connell, yes, Mr.
Consideration to approve a resolution authorizing the superintendent to approve maintenance or transfer budget adjustment requests as needed to complete the current fiscal year.
So to provide a fully summary here, while we're asking for this end of the year authorization. With this end of the year authorization, we do know that state outlets here, and this deadline is coming up. There's any maintenance or transfer of orders that are related. But allow me to approve those, But that was the board, that helped us with other items that we had to do here about funds. Had enough money in the budget, it just wasn't in the right function. We had to make after the last general thing that you want to add.
And the only thing that I would like to add to that is these maintenance bars or transfer bars are not an increase or decrease of the budget. It's just within the accounts or within the functions of the budget itself.
Questions? Have a motion? I make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the approval to approve maintenance for the budget adjustment request. I will give to complete the
Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Myers?
Yes.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
On to H, consideration to approve quote from C98 for additional weapons detection equipment, service, labor, and installation of $104,530.
I heard the board want to share on this and mention, maybe come back to you if there was any additional units needed. This, yes, I look back on what kind of units we needed, additional units. I can go back, Charles, just go back to the slides real quick. So I do want to point out, and just like over communication on my end, right? But every additional units we do, right? The process will not be buying what we buying what we need. And so just for education there, DHS, they have two where they use for students, so one by the gym, one in the back. So right now, other than people that come in late, people that scan out during the day, other than having that every day they go to units, right? We set it in the front, and so teams that have a good habit, having one that's normally set there front will be really a benefit. Which with Miss Sandoval and at BIS. She would agree with all of our needs to be one protector. However, this set of really good systems are going through its quickly. She feels like additional for them. That was a new customer request. And then this is something that kind of serves my awareness. When both after that, we gave the factors, the early call of the check was given an option, and we get one based on their size. I would have had a further conversation that some of the secondary schools, we make sure that we call it a state in the administration day, and now we're getting them on as well. So we had had a communication on that, and so these three or those particular reasons. So I just want to try to verify that. So we lose track of the administration. Either way, it's a scout. Either way, right? But we won't show the fire your information. No questions. I don't think I say this much as long as we use it. I'm going to tell you how much you got extra already. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Any question before we move ahead? Motion. I have a motion to return with the Orange Jersey, the order some blue items to the grand position. And so that.
Yes. Mrs. Johnson? Mrs. Myers?
Yes.
Mrs. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
To consideration for approval of a resolution allowing the county to install wireless communication equipment in the kitchen.
We're so excited to hear from Mr. Blair. You're not meant to hear from. We will still a little bit sad, but having that is really good.
It's good to be back. President Crumbly, members of the Superintendent Wilderness, this is an MOU. I'd like you to consider the Stockton County, the hearing house, transitional house, and also internet connectivity. So request came to us a few months ago from a third-party vendor, while then beyond, it was working as a consultant in the county. So Michael's putting some programming that can help connect these locations that go to higher speed internet connectivity. I was do some options soon, and they're working out really reached out to us to say, "Come on, this is a for some building." We have previously the district tenants, so it's an infrastructure there in place that they can take advantage of. We took a look at it, and the investment fund district we're eligible is a public place to help people was out before, and so I'm going to you to consider this. With that, I stand for any questions.
So there would be a page of private building, internet for whoever's in that center. So they're going to be broadcasting.
That is a good question. So I think beyond something to put a virus very much that advice itself give anybody in that, but it will do though is a very locations that they have the need to access online for the county, so the county can give people in those buildings internet connectivity. It's about healing house and traditional house. Yeah. Correct. No. It's not open to the public, but it's a big question. It's just for those buildings themselves. It's kind of like when we have this from here, you can get a lot of network, just providing that to those locations. I'm frankly not even sure it's the security of these particular wireless access points. Somebody got into the roof and plugged into it. I saw to have internet connectivity. So it's just the multiple locations. Also, yeah, I would love that for the roof. That's very good question, Phil.
No questions? A motion? I make a motion to approve the resolution of authorizing the locally. So the resolution will be started and we will install wireless communication equipment on their property.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Dawson? Mrs. Giles?
Yes.
Mrs. Crandall?
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
On to consideration for the resolution for demolition of real property. It's the items of private property and authorizing superintendent or designee to execute necessary improvements.
Staff review to, show a little bit of this.
I applied on June 11th, PSCRC awarded to fund this demolition and asbestos abatement 100%. So it's just a truck property over there by RST. I just kind of came with the land that we're about to go to storage, and it's time to just get rid of that tractor for six.
How soon that it will launch?
Well, you approve it, so then I have to get it, I've already got this about approval, but the state. Last time I did this, it took 6 months to break ground.
Question.
Motion to approve the resolution approving the demolition of real property.
Also. Mrs. Johnson? Yeah. Mrs. Giles?
Yeah.
Mrs. Crandall?
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Thank you.
On to Q, consideration to approve order from CES contractor vet federal office interiors to extend learning services here on the to the Smith administration building. First, $189,000, $9.70.
We've had, there's any checks, back for this one.
Madam President, Superintendent, as not discussed earlier, with change in our vision and wanting to consolidate sources in one place. We kind of outgrew, so we're going to the branch. We're kind of in the process of everything. The vision is to give the right supports and making sure all of our students are supported. So what the plan is to have all of the migrant rural staff into Smith will have the space to also eventually move the children into there. Our community school that in Mountain had a pantry and the food distribution. So we're going to Smith. So the parents know, families know that this is where you come from resources. So one like first room, and then the rest of the offices. So about 90 people into Smith. Stand for questions. That is the plan. Long plan is for each website to create their own food distribution to serve their own. Right now, Red Mountain's got theirs going. So the other one moves to Smith to support everybody else. And as we expand to this websites, this idea of customers and serving their own community expand as well. Okay. Any other questions? Regarding the score? Commercial that we have the fee as contract to change to all the materials.
Also, yes, ma'am. Mrs. Johnson? Mrs. Titus?
Yeah.
Mrs. Sherman?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
So consideration for the current resolution expressing influence position to the proposed visual excludes better school fee issues.
So such classes are instead of last week, and so we have four reports on what the purpose of this resolution is. We know that we've been resource provided since a public comment regarding the restart food. And so the resolution, Mr. Chairman, there's a resolution, the premises are additional position regarding the charter the leadership academy. Yeah, we will not this. We have some works, but we know this. I'll just approve this, we will authorize it myself and Mr. Probably that's leading the speaking on behalf to if you can see other decision makers. That's in this that we see considered, but pulling back from funding the whole staffing and how it's impact on our students. So they also members of PSC that they will also review the application meets the technical requirements. And they will shall charge in addition to the revenue capacities, the business legal compliance, and the improvement in the community. That's one of the resolution that we recognize that we will improve. And then we will continue to learn all those things. We also recognize policymakers that the rest of education, they were literally told that they were by the community to represent educational and the staff of the county, right? That we all have individuals regarding that. When we do that, visual and educational leaders are in that position to determine what's best for students, in the best schools and students that it serves. And that, our districts, our captains, our experts, straight to the schools, rather than creating a segregated schools that would duplicate services, provide resources, and create additional operation type solution. So, let's kind of summarize this, very important to focus on as we would better communications, how that are the decision makers involved in this. So, I will take any feedback or edits that you may have on this. We're look better with that, getting additional information out there. Very good. What I said.
What do you go, like, is that part of the agenda, like 20 minutes for them and then 10 minutes for us? Yes.
Yes, I will leave and I don't know what I said. I will give you, this is a question I was everything today, but if I do. There is a 20 minutes for the proposals, the doctors, 10 within district, and then some minor that I don't know exactly. Is that 10 minutes of district? Should that be restricted to, districts and administration, right? Whatever that also include anything that we comment on that 10 minutes, or we whatever comment into the public, rather than answer that, I was doing, I was supposed, I don't know if answer that, absolutely make sure that those elements like the best we can. That is communication, we need to do that, but when it comes down to where the district, but you're also in the room, it's, seems to be, I'm sure that DPS, so I don't have an answer on that, I'll go.
That's why I have a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
That we would invite staff, teacher, this doesn't affect us as an outcome. Absolutely, and that we basically stand up with, I mean, our district, that's the neighbors, that's what we're going to do, what's going to be designed, so that we, you know, I'm not against things like the charter schools or anything like that, but if I think it's going to affect us in the long run, we don't understand that we should be. And so, I mean, when we get told it's going to be really, I know they'll take from us in the room. So it's something to consider that we have with the year, especially in the shorter teachers, everybody that's studying for public education. You know, what's interesting is that most everybody would sit on the board. They have their education for public education. That's the true, very good in charter school. So we really have to push forward the place with every one of us here. Public education, it's sad, we don't consider what we're doing here, we do even protect us at it, and a lot of stuff is about sure. I mean, you know, so we're now, but I don't, so we're necessarily with this.
I'm seeing that division of resources is going to impact us.
But
You want to make regulations?
I'm not sure that we see taking from Paul and I understand big cities, that's in small rooms, I heard it's eventually started for census. So I would rather that we actually put something out that we give people to attend and just have a little initial, I think is resolution, clarify, right, how to work, what else, right, direction. And then I will really consider that on how to best, the best way, to make sure now this is, you know, that would be like most of the districts. How we get this information out to, you know, like I said, the principals that you mentioned there, to inform them and invite them, to reach out to the BC commissioners. And, you know, be aware about us at a time, right, the decisions that you have. In addition to, the other on it, dating something.
And I think if you want to public, and then community situation, that's the big drives and all that, it's not. We're only adding money, but I'm just saying, so we're even $5 million, that's not just what he's adding, but we're watching, just also everyone that wants to be in the higher community, so it's going to impact.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Big issue that we can check for this side, follow the definition.
Any other comment, any suggested revisions? Sort of a motion regarding the resolution? Make the motion that we approve the resolution that we vote the position from proposed Kimberly City Operates Charter School application. Is there a second? I'll second. Mr. Hall?
Yes, Mrs. Jensen.
Yes.
Mrs. Sherman.
Yes.
Mr. Willis.
Are there any board member requests for items or information at our next meeting? Probably not even the next regular meeting at the Chapel Administration Committee on July 16th, 2026. Our meeting will begin at 9:30 p.m. At this time, we will be entering into further executive session. In accordance with section 10-15-1H2 and say 1978 related personnel matters, specifically at the request of an employee or in which you review documentation related to an appeal of an employee discipline pursuant to the district's collective bargaining agreement, part of the second C5. Also, section 10-15-1H2 and say 1978 also related to alcohol matters, specifically for the board to discuss the evaluation of contract of the superintendent, and section 10-15-1H4 and will say 1978 to discuss personally identifiable information about any individual student. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session for those purposes? And make that motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah.
Mrs. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Police.
Right, we have a first executive session.
I could get a motion to return to open meeting.
I make a motion.
Mr. Bond.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Johnson, Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Conley,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
And on to possible board action on any matters discussed in closed session. I have a motion for the board president to issue a written decision in consultation with its legal counsel on the employee matter reviewed by the board in executive session. I make a motion.
I'll second that.
Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Johnson, Mrs. Paez,
Yes.
Mrs. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
In executive session, the board did discuss Superintendent Bolton's contract terms. The proposed terms include a new contract effective July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, with an annual pay of $165,000, and also that we would align Mr. Roman's leave with existing policies that are applicable to employees of our district continuation and more. Do I have a motion to approve those terms? I make that motion.
I'll second that.
Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Johnson.
Yes.
Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mrs. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Crowe, yes.
With that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make that motion.
I'll have a second. Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Paez.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson.